Hi, everybody. Welcome. Wasp testing when? I already tested the Wasp. The video's like being made right now. Yeah, we are balling with light. We are in fact balling with light. Balling out of control with light right now. Senator New is wondering why I couldn't see the supporters Discord. Makes sense. What's up, Mega Mercenary? What are my opinions on the Wasps? I already talked about it last stream, but I mean, Wasp is fine. Not great, not bad, fine. Pretty good against automatons in particular. Pretty not great against everyone else.
Are super equal.
Good times. Thank you for the 4 months. No, I don't think we're gonna get new eliminate units soon. I think this is what we got for a couple months, to be honest with you. Oh, I forgot to put a delirium mirror. This or not mirror. Delirium and oh well. I just don't think it's very good. I think it's fine. Is that the PoE build you posted? Oh yeah. Yeah, the video guide that I put out is on this build. Although I'm way stronger than I was when I made that video. Like way stronger. This is like, I don't know, probably 20 plus divines later from when I recorded the video in power. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the headhunter. Surely that's the headhunter. I'm live, so now it has to be.
Take this.
The Campbells, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. Unlimited power. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're just gaming at this point. This is about to get real obscene. Because since the last time I streamed, I killed the breach boss a couple times, and now we have Rising Fire. So the breaches are extra juicy. Super fun. Buy that game, Space Marine 2, in the new Zelda game. Oh, that's fun. I see an energy shield. Yeah, so I mean, it's 23 energy shield. We'll be able to mind control the other two factions. No, that's not ever going to happen. Pyle said that the factions can't be on the same screen as each other. Whoever spread that's lying. Or Pilestead lied. I mean, I would assume that he's not, though. But yeah, so our tooltip damage is kind of nuts. And that's because while I was killing the Breach Lord, I got my own pair of Hand of Wisdom in action, which is, as many people know, some pretty busted ass gloves. It was a pain in the ass to get my resistances to not be below 75, but we did it. And yeah, now I do like, I don't know, 33% more DPS than I did before because of the gloves.
Charged arrow.
Which is just all kinds of unnecessary.
Too weak, too slow.
So yeah, all kinds of unnecessary.
What luck.
The breach stins were a little bit expensive, but it's probably worth it just because of the amount of breaches I do. Backlog continues to grow. As does everybody's. It grows infinitely, doesn't it? Only 11. That's crazy. Usually get like 20 or more splinters. Yeah, this guy. Was enjoying PoE 2. I recently lost my early access to I won it from Instant Gaming. Thankfully, Instant Gaming gave me a replacement. It still sucks that I lost it. Still sucks either way. Wait, so like... Huh. That's really weird. That sucks. No, I don't think the build command works on YouTube, but here you go. I can just put it there manually. Yeah, I only have the command set up on Twitch at the moment. Forgot about doing it on YouTube, but YouTube doesn't like Nightbot for some reason for me.
Quick and lethal.
Oh, I got a breach and a breach. What's up, Vice? All right, double breach it is. Cool.
Fury! Barely broke a sweat.
What is? Oh. Gotta pick up all my pennies. Would you recommend this game? Oh yeah, I would definitely recommend. As long as, like I said, as long as the passive tree doesn't scare you off. If you look at this and you're like, wow, that looks like really in-depth and interesting, and I want to learn how that works, and you're not like, oh shit, what the hell is that? Get that away from me, then this is probably a pretty good game to play. There's also those that meet in the middle and like, man, that's a lot. I just want to blow stuff up, and then you just like, read or watch a build guide and then do what they do, and then you don't need to think about it.
Stay light, stay alive.
And then there's people that, they'll meet in the middle of that as well, and they'll just do like, I want to look into like a build to get me started so I know that I'm on the right track, and then I'm gonna like do my own thing if there's something that I feel like I want to be a little bit different on compared to somebody else. It's like pretty much the gist of how it goes. The first time I played Path of Exile 1, I followed a build guide, but then like ended up tweaking it as I found some different uniques that I wanted to play with. DOE 2, I just kind of, like everybody else who started day one, just went in raw and figured it out. The most I did was I looked at a funny flowchart video. And what I wanted to do just ended up on Lightning Arrow. And I was like, yeah, that sounds fun. We'll give that a try. Hey, Evan, just lurking today. Damn, bud, your build gets crazier and crazier. Oh, it's quite insane. Seems like it was a common issue about buying it on third-party sites. Oh, that sucks. Skill tree was buffed to being very straightforward once you realize it's all damage or utility nodes, so you just pick the stuff that lets you do more damage. Kinda. It's mostly like
That would only slow me
you
down.
just pick things that make sense. A lot of the time, it's just pick whatever makes the most sense. Going to start a ranger, going to play on Steam Deck. That's fun. Hopefully it doesn't blow up the Steam Deck.
What can I do for you?
I imagine it wouldn't. This is like not the worst thing I've ever seen, but at the same time, like no one's gonna buy it. Period. Oh, that's nice, actually.
On with the work.
And now it's bricked. Yep, bricked. Just like that. Hate that. Oops. Breach tab. Nope. Not this time. Not this day. Maybe next time. Huh. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize I got that. That's an insane. That's an insane jewel. That's max max quiver. Damn, I think we gotta actually probably use that. Shit. Probably just. And that sucks. Yeah, the rest of the rolls are all garbage, but like the quiver effect is probably OP enough that it's just gonna be better than one of my jewels. That's crazy. I didn't even realize I rolled that. Like my worst jewel. That one's fine. It's gotta be this one. This one looks like shit. It's like 2k, no, 1.4k tooltip, and then just the 15% quiver effect is... Go in there. It's like actually close, yeah. Man, if this just rolled like anything, not garbage, that would have been huge. It's unfortunate. Wait, what? I left the wrong one in. I just started something stupid and worked down. The economy just sucks. Someone actually might buy that.
What is?
One day. Be like... that kind of sucks. Do this one next. I got a breach tablet. Cool. Alright, that took longer than expected, but I also didn't expect to roll a 15 quiver effect. Cool. Out of nowhere. Oh, right. Is that... Yeah, this doesn't have delirium, so we'll put layers of delirium on it. Two good ones. Alright, this is a big map. Red socket thing, I see it everywhere, but don't know what it is. Red socket? Red socket. What do you mean by red socket?
Storm point. Don't mind if I do. Barely broke a sweat.
Think he talks about your gear. Hey there, Hebigan. Nice to see you. How you been?
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Yo, what's up, Scold? Welcome in. Been away for a long time. FPC got some bad virus. PoE vid lured me in again.
I shall overcome.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw that you hadn't been in the Discord for a while, but then you came back with PoE. So it's kind of funny. Whenever PoE was coming out, lots of people were telling me like, "Oh, you should really do like PoE content because you're like the numbers dude for Helldivers." I was like, maybe. I was very against it because I knew in PoE 1, when you told someone how to build their character and then you got it wrong, you basically were just like bricking their character.
To regret your intrusion.
But it's not quite the same in PoE 2, I would say.
My beloved.
And also there's just the option to tell people how to build a character that owns and not mess up their character, and then you don't need to worry. Like Lightning Ranger owns. Ah, yes, the elite gameplay. Watching from a drawing tab. This build is so funny. My friends are all complaining about their FPS just tanking when I'm grouping them because it's all lightning. Yeah, the few times I've grouped with my friends, it was pretty funny. They've all said similar things. Or, well, not so much the FPS tanking, but just like, it's hard to tell what the hell is happening whenever I'm in the party. There's just lightning everywhere. I imagine it's also very hardware unfriendly. I have a video up on mapping to juice tier 18 maps. I do not have a video on map juicing, but I'm gonna start making some more general tips videos for PoE 2 now that I've like done my build to Endgame and got a couple good videos up on it. I want to do the more general stuff to find time to. But the fact that I'm like covering multiple games also does make it a little bit hard to find the time, because I also want to like play the game. But I'll probably do like some tutorial videos on mapping, juicing, market, money making, that kind of stuff. I feel like there's a lot of good creators that do that though already too. Probably why I'm not feeling super compelled to like get right to it, because like everyone's already got plenty of resources for that kind of thing. It would just be like my spin on it. This is gonna be a fun one. Well, it'll be an okay one. The map is a little bit unfriendly for breaching. Yeah, like I'm already getting cucked by all the walls. This wall right here sucks. Like ruined everything. Oh well. Still pretty decent. Trying to make my money back on the breach stones. Can't quit. You two only use the face cam and Helldivers. What? Quit VTube. It's more so like my avatar isn't appropriate to other games. Like it just doesn't make sense to use it. Like PoE, there's plenty to look at already. I feel like having any kind of face cam or avatar or anything isn't really necessary when playing PoE. I've honestly like always just rather have been like a faceless creator, to be honest. But the thing is, going faceless is like pretty damn hard if you don't already have the momentum to just be like, you know what, I don't feel like showing anything anymore. We're done here. I think we're done here. Yep. What is it, red second thing on the armor? Oh, you mean on... Oh, that's chaos resistance. It's a soul core instead of a rune. Yeah, just without anything. Throw those in there.
Until next time.
Decidedly not juiced. Probably cook these real quick. Anything? Evasive's kind of lame. Not that bad though. This is like... This is something no one should ever run, really. It's just asking for it. Whenever someone says they get one shot running my build, it's probably because they run maps that say shit like that. And then like anybody would get one shot. Still doing Helldivers. I am still doing Helldivers, yeah. How's your night going? Pretty good. Just starting upstream. This one has like so much juice to it. Probably do this one next. Actually, I'm gonna potentially just ruin this map real quick. One sec. I did not, in fact, ruin the map. That is exactly what I wanted to have happen. Huge. What are the odds that that would happen that way? Okay, mirror.
Cannot stop death.
Fury.
Where are my mobs? Mobs.
Quick and lethal.
Shit. It's always scary when you have the corpse explosion assholes just like sitting in the background waiting to blow up some bodies under you. That's like pretty untelegraphed when it happens. The whole time I'm sitting there like completely conscious that they exist, watching for it, and I still just get hit by it. That's sad. If I could like remove a singular enemy from the mapping pool, it'd be that guy. That guy tilts me. Unfortunate. No. Ouch. Am I running? 15.
In my sight.
Weird that it's not showing.
Barely broke a sweat.
Just finished Act 2 normal with this build. Liking it so far? Nice, nice. It definitely wasn't as flawless in campaign as, like, say, running a minion build, but it did alright. Got the job done.
That's quite nice.
Cast on shock. Yeah, it takes a little while for cast on shock to really get rolling.
An easy trophy.
But once it starts rolling, it just kind of doesn't stop rolling, you know? Yeah, my bow is still honestly kind of shit. My bow is just, like, not that good. Could do a lot better at the moment. But, one day. Pitch to chaos, damn it. I just traded no time to craft. Only 5 days left of vacation.
Thunderous shot.
Yeah, there's so many people trying to craft money bows at this point that the prices for halfway decent bows have gotten actually kind of affordable. When I made a video on this build, like, you couldn't even get anything halfway decent for a div, 2 div. Now there are bows better than mine being posted for 2. Pretty much just have to keep an eye on it, I guess. What the hell? What even killed me? Okay. We're just griefing now, I guess. There's nothing there. Yeah, I hate these tight-ass corridor maps where you have to run over the corpses to progress. Normally, I would just, like, swing wide around any kind of sus exploding body. But in here, it's like, you either go real slow or you take some risks. And I really didn't see anything on the ground there. It's a unique ring that takes both ring slots, yeah. It gives me infinite mana and infinite life as long as I don't get one shot.
Quick and lethal. Now this
More difficult sometimes than more than others.
Charged arrow.
We need to bring back favored maps so I can get rid of this one. Glad you see you're added on PoE. I just started myself. I've been having a lot of fun playing PoE. I'm still doing like pretty regular Helldivers 2 streams, but pretty much every other stream's PoE now. Got a lot of grinding to do. After all. Following your build has been the most fun I've had in the game, followed by when I first used Contagion on Witch. That's awesome. Glad it's working out for you.
It's not on our side.
Alright, can we maybe get back to some juice nodes? This looks like a juice node to me. Pretty solid. This map also sucks.
They've come to you to die. You are their mercy.
What is this mob density? Nobody's home.
Now this will come in handy. Nowhere to run.
No, my delirium. Yeah, that just sucked. This map sucks. Played much of any other class? I like all of them except for America. I don't know if I'm missing something with them, but I haven't played the other classes yet, no. I've just been focusing this one down since day one. Haven't really had time for anything else. We'll probably do some other classes and builds here in a bit. I'm thinking the timeline right now for the channel goes some more general PoE content, like PoE videos for tutorials on how to do things. Like mapping, trading filters, making money, stuff like that. And then probably by that point, I'll have finalized this version of the build, completed all the content in the game, etc. We'll do one final build update on this character And then we will say goodbye to them for the league. I'll probably like give away all the gear or something. And then we'll do a new character. We'll do it all again. I was waiting for like an explosion or something. I'm not getting caught by another one of those today. Tutorials for sure, sir. I'm going into this game blind as shit. That is tough.
That's quite nice.
You done here? Yeah. Just get out of here. Actually, wait. Was there a breach on this one? I think there was, right?
In my sights.
No? Guess not. I thought it was breach, boss, delirium, but maybe not.
What did?
He's any good? Precursor tablet. Sad. Not great. Pretty trash. Very trash. Alright, these are definitively not juiced. They go in the not juiced box. This one's solid. I think there's a way to adapt this build to be hardcore viable. You could maybe do the Essence Energy Shield tanky version in hardcore, but I don't think this is a very good hardcore build, personally. I wouldn't do it. I think hardcore meta's pretty boring and carved in stone, to be honest. You know, Infernalist minions. Fun though, trying to figure it all out and put your stream on a second computer.
Storm point. Barely broke a sweat.
If I stop playing like shit, we might hit level 93 tonight. That'd be nice. Proc build up from passives. I don't get Herald procs as often as you do. Mother fricker! Oh my god. I looked away. That was my fault. I shouldn't have looked away. I'm using last, yeah. The shock buildup is mostly just from damage at this point. I just do a really obscene amount of damage. Everything just gets shocked because of the amount of damage they're receiving.
In my sights. Quick and lethal.
God, the maps that I'm on right now are just
Don't mind if I
so dog shit. Corridors and shit that explodes on death. The only way I ever die is just walking over something that's exploding after being killed. I think the biggest reason this isn't hardcore viable is it uses too many uniques for you to ever get capped chaos res. Like you're always at risk of something like that happening. Something just explodes into chaos damage and you die. Frosted bodies get destroyed?
Fury.
You mean like shatter? Maybe you have something causing shatter, yeah. The other thing that's interesting about Herald is Herald kind of procs itself. Like you have 5 charges of Herald ready if you have max quality, and then you shock something, kill something. Or like you just hit something with Lightning Rod, and each individual instance of damage from Lightning Rod can fire one of the lightning bolts. So the lightning bolts all hit the same target, blow it away, which causes a shock from all the lightning rods, causing more Herald procs. And then it just all cascades down until everything dies. Alright, get me off this map. Place is shit. I'd heard that armor was pretty trash to stack in this game. Armor is pretty bad, yeah. Endgame anyway. It's good through the campaign, because like every single boss has physical damage slams. You'll be successful in the campaign, it's just you'll need to survive through other means in Endgame, in my opinion. Probably the most convenient being to just stack a lot of life regen. That's what I see a lot of people do anyway. They just stack a lot of life regen, and then they tank that way. Team count arrow speed and projectile speed. Counts for the passive node that counts projectile speed as damage. That is a pretty good question. I'm actually not sure. I don't think it does. I was actually looking at that the other day, and it looked like I wasn't getting damage from it. It had to specifically be projectile speed, not arrow speed. That being said, that passive is still completely cracked.
free.
That was a nice room. Glad I took the time to clear that. That sucks. I had so much XP, and I've griefed it all away. Yeah, I thought Voling Quiver would be base. Turns out it's not. I think it's Primed Quiver or Visceral Quiver are the ones that are probably the best.
Yeah. On with the work.
Oh. That is pretty nice. Oh yeah, we need to put a thing in here. Let's do breach tablet. Do I have any good ones? Monster density, XP gain. This actually could be good. Okay, that's nice. It's a very good tablet. Not super impressed, but not bad. Those page names are goated. Do you like my stash tab names? Juiced T15 only, not juiced. I need that money. Big money sales. Essence sucks, because it does. And then these two tabs are just completely worthless at this stage in the game. Just swap to Ranger. Any beginner tips? Doubly so early on. Don't, if you're doing lightning arrow, basically don't shoot at anything that doesn't have lightning rods underneath it with your lightning arrow, because it's generally a waste of time, because you do so much more damage if they have lightning rods under them. That's like kind of step one. As you're playing through the campaign for the first time on Ranger, if you run into a boss that is killing you with a physical AoE slam that is invalidating your evasion, just throw on a piece with armor for that fight. Throw on a piece of gear with armor. Suddenly you won't get one shot, the fight will be infinitely easier. What support gems do I use? I have two guides on my channel. One is like specifically beginner to endgame, and then one is like endgame to like pinnacles, basically. 1 second. I'll go pull them up real quick. So yeah, this one's beginner to endgame, and then the one I just put out today or not today, yesterday, 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? This one is for like Endgame. They're both the same character. Like I just changed up some stuff between point A and point B. But the first video, I go into excruciating detail on like what support gems you use and why, what skill gems to use and why, how to use your skill gems, optimal combos, all that kind of stuff, and then like what gear you're looking for. Whole 9 yards. And the only reason I'm pushing you to a video and not just answering your question is the skill gems I'm using right now and the support gems I'm using right now are not reflective of what I was using at the beginning. Things have changed quite a bit since then, so my skill gems and my support gems have changed a good bit. There are some support gems that are particularly good in the early game that fall off later. But I will say really quick, first support gems you should spend absolutely are Scattershot on... You should definitely do Scattershot on your lightning rods, Magnified Effect on lightning rods, Martial Tempo, and Pierce on lightning arrow. Those should be like the first four first four support gems
Quick and lethal.
spent on this character, because they all make massive differences right away. Useless and more useless. Yep. What's my favorite stratagem? My favorite stratagem is probably Jump Pack, since they buffed it. This map had evasive, didn't it? You can feel it.
Fury.
Evasive's like in the annoying but doable category for this build. No one likes it when their attacks just randomly whiff. Alright, we probably just get out of here. This was a pretty nothing burger node. What skills calling the lightning strike? That's Herald of Thunder. Herald of Thunder, I would make your first. That should be your first spirit gem, 100%. Hey there, Jiro. One's pretty good too. I don't really want to waste this one. Let's get something out of the not juiced box. But also something that's not going to kill me. Oh my god, all of these are so bad. No wonder they're in the not juiced box. This one. Just need something to run through fast to do the tower. Level 56, I don't have enough passive nodes to have both Dex and Int to use the bow skills and the BL cast on shock. If you're struggling to equip the cast on shock particularly early, don't stress about it too much. It can wait a little while. Cast on shock is something that scales up astronomically the later into the game you get. You don't necessarily need it the very moment it becomes available to you. And also, Cast on Shock is only really helpful, like really helpful against bosses. You'll see it fire all the time against mobs whenever I'm playing, but that's because I just have so much damage and shock rate that it's still just firing off cooldown pretty often. I say cooldown, there's no cooldown, but you get what I mean. Like, it just fires really often, even if I'm just fighting mobs. But that won't be the case whenever you first equip it. like only going to fire during boss fights, really, initially. So you get more shock rate and damage. Lower the end cost, so a place I can see my shock chance stat.
Charge arrow.
Until POB is a thing for Path of Exile 2. POB, it's pretty much impossible to see your actual shock chance because it's just derived from the amount of damage you deal versus the enemy's ailment threshold. So you have a better chance to shock the weaker the enemy, basically, and then you have a worse chance to shock the stronger the enemy. But that's also why, like, in my video, I talk about how you should Voltaic mark the bosses, particularly because you don't really need the extra shock chance or even the extra magnitude against mobs from Voltaic, but you absolutely want the extra 50% shock chance against bosses. Multiplicative shock chance. But yeah, as of right now, there isn't really a way to see your shock chance. It's pretty much just you got to go off of feel. If you're firing into groups and you're just absolutely lighting them up and getting Herald procs on everything and firing ball lightning at everything, probably got enough shock rate. If that's not happening, probably look into why that's not happening. Try to get more shock rate. All having a good day. Having a pretty good day, yeah. Chilling. Died a lot, unfortunately, which is pretty bad. Has to keep your caution shock and ball lightning on level 11 indefinitely after obtaining it. I'm assuming you just keep focusing on dex, maybe strength for HP. You want to keep the ball lightning at the lowest level possible because increasing the level doesn't really, it's not going to improve the amount of damage we're doing. We're just using ball lightning to trigger our lightning rods. So you want to leave both Orb of Storms and your ball lightning at the lowest possible level, just to keep the int requirement low on top of the mana cost as low as possible, because it costs a hell of a lot of mana to run this setup. Like, more than basically an infinite supply of mana is required to run this optimally, which you only really get with Thief's Torment. But before that, it's still like way more than playable. Like, it's, you only ever run out of mana on bosses, and then, you know, you have Flask, so you can pretty much just scrap until you have the ring. It's not really a big deal, in my opinion, anyway. We might do this one, or we might do this one. Need to look at the map again. It looks like I could probably use more irradiation. I've got like no irradiation on any of these nodes. That did make some things better. This node is quite juicy now. Let's do this fun map. And try not to die. I bet that's it. I'm trying to run Cast on Shock at the highest gem I have. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's too much intelligence requirement. You want just 95 int and the rest in dex. The only reason I have more than 95 intelligence at the moment is because I killed the Breach Lord last night and got my hands on some Hands of Wisdom in action. And these things are just ridiculously OP. The amount of tooltip damage it gives me is just absurd. I think my total DPS went up by like 33% after I put these things on.
I don't have enough mana.
Absolutely not required, but just something fun that I got to equip
Take this!
recently. If I didn't have them, I would still just be leaving my intelligence at 95, but now I'm actually trying to do a little bit of int stacking.
Easy trophy.
Or just feeling out where the breakpoints are to get the most out of the gloves. Very happy I found you. Yeah, no problem. If you ever have like any other questions or anything and I'm not streaming, like there's a link to my Discord in the description for YouTube and in the About Me section on Twitch. Feel free to just like jump in there, grab the DOE tag so you can see the Path of Exile channels. And like, you ever have any questions, just like at me there, and I've been pretty good about answering people there. Trying to like get a bit of a community started with Path, in addition to my other escapades. Also starting to like stack up some useful links and things for people that are new to the game as well.
And really strong. I need more mana.
That wasn't a bad one. What the hell? Where'd that thing come from? Not like the best map ever for a breach, but it wasn't bad. Kept getting stuck on all the trees and shit. My Helldivers 2 escapades. Yeah, my Helldivers 2 escapades. Have you considered using a secondary crossbow weapon and using galvanic shards in place of lightning arrow? Not really, no.
Fury.
I feel like that'd be a lot of swapping.
Don't mind if I do. Barely broke a sweat.
I have seen people do this build basically verbatim, but then just on Gemling Legionnaire. with the Hands of Wisdom in action. And that seemed pretty good. But I've never really considered using crossbow as an activator for lightning rod. You lose the progression. A lot of people aren't swapping because of glitch and crash maps. Really? I didn't know that actually. That's shitty.
No mana. Storming arrow. That's quite nice. Too weak, too slow. Take this! Rather not break my back.
So, my thoughts on all the weird lightning damage to cold damage builds. I don't really see the point. It's like the whole point. There's like two reasons to do it. The first reason being you want the enemy to shatter, which nullifies on death effects, which I get that part. That part makes perfect sense to me as someone who literally only ever dies to on death effects. I can understand wanting to nullify that. But the other reason being to free shit, it's like you are reducing your overall damage potential so that you can freeze things. But if you just didn't do that and went full gas lightning damage and lightning damage accessories, you just kill them. Like, you just kill everything. And whenever it comes to boss fights, you don't need to freeze them because you have electrocuting arrow. You can just electrocuting arrow at the beginning of the fight and then they're stunned for 5 seconds. So you don't need freeze for those either, or it doesn't really give you any benefit to bring freeze to those fights either. So yeah, I guess I just kind of don't get the point. And it's the other thing a lot of those builds hinge on is turning off your cast on shock during mapping in favor of Herald of Ice. And if you are actually like really committed to lightning damage and shock chance and whatever, it's like, why would you oh yeah, that is for sale. Good catch, I didn't see that. Type, actually. Huge. That was my old chess piece. Good catch. Makes me not even want to play. I hate the one death rule now. Oh yeah, the one death rule kind of sucks. But not too bad. Show me the items you're using. The item you are using? Which item? I can show you my gear set if you want. Hey there, Seog. How you doing, man? But yeah, like I was saying, if you just give full gas lightning damage, I don't really see the point in going for freeze, because you can stun anything you need to stun already, and everything else is just dead. And turning off cast on shock for mapping also doesn't make sense to me, because you still fight tons of rares, and it procs an infinite number of times on the rares too, and just like insta kills the rares. Whenever I see people do the hybrid builds, what I see more than anything is they lose out on DPS against rares, and it looks really clunky from my POV a lot of the time. And like the rare will still just get, you know, it'll get frozen and it'll die. It's just, it's not as fast as it could have been, in my opinion, a lot of the time. So yeah, that's basically how I feel about the hybrid damage. It's also really hard to have like good elemental damage stacking on two different elements. But yeah, I guess that's basically what I was saying. You lose out on top end damage to do it, and I don't see the point whenever you can just insta kill the bosses without it. What was I doing here? All right, we're Orb of Chancing this belt. It's gone. Dead. Let no one say we didn't try to get that headhunter, but yeah, we didn't get that headhunter. That's for sure. This is a pretty good map. This is a bad map. That is not the juice. Decisively not the juice. We actually might start re-rolling some of these. That'd be smart. I can't re-roll the corrupted one. Actually, are you even allowed to do this? No, you're not, because they're 15s. I would have honestly traded all three of those for a new 15. But I guess that also explains why people actually sell bad maps. By the way, pro tip, and this is something pretty cheeky, but there are some modifiers, like players have 60% less recovery rate of life and energy shield, that are completely unplayable for certain builds. So if you put this into your search directory on the trade site and then look for tier 15 maps, you can get them with good modifiers like pack size, increased monsters, increased number of rare monsters, shit like this. You can get maps like this pretty affordably and pretty reliably, where people will actually take the time to sell them to you instead of just ghosting you whenever you try to trade them, because they actively want the shit out of their inventory because they can't run it. Same goes for like enemies get bonus projectiles. Like our build does that super easily. Because of evasion. I mean, this is kind of a bad one, but I'll get it out of my inventory. Do another tower.
I can take you.
God, that rare's dangerous. The lightning bolts, man.
Reinforcements have arrived! Thank Liberty! The enemy has no chance in hell now!
Oh, Sniper's Legacy, you were streaming? What's up? Thanks for the raid. How you doing?
don't have enough mana.
Game looks fun. I haven't played it myself. Hey there, Canis. Don't need to heal. Yeah, PoE2 is a pretty strong vibe at the moment. Been very much enjoying myself playing this game.
Barely broke a sweat.
It's absolutely wiping its ass with Diablo 4 too, which is super funny. Mostly because it means Blizzard's losing customers, and that's always a good thing.
Thunderous shot.
Blizzard's just over there fighting a losing war on two fronts. Marvel Rivals comes out, completely obliterates the Overwatch player base. PoE2 comes out in early access. Just early access, not even release. Dumpsters the Diablo 4 player base that remained. I just got an ascendancy token from a Jinn. That's your first ascendancy, yeah. Yeah, you'll want to do that if you're able to do it.
Quality work.
The nice thing about your first ascendancy token is you can throw your face at it as many times as it takes to win, because you can't lose the token. It doesn't get expended when you lose, so yeah, pretty solid. Might as well just keep trying until you win. I think I either need a breach tablet or we can do another irradiated tablet. Yeah, I played some Marvel Rivals while it was still in beta. I played a little bit when it came out, but very little. Hero shooters aren't really my thing. They're fine, but not really for me. Oh, that was nice. We love what just happened. How we juice it. Give it the juice. Big map. Favorite characters, Bruce Banner. When I do play Marvel Rivals, I like Star-Lord. My favorite.
Now this will come in handy.
This would have been such a fun map if the corridors weren't so tight.
In my sights. An easy trophy.
New bow. Want to make sure I'm not overlooking something. What's the difference between a dual string bow and a normal bow with additional arrow? Nothing. Taking Magneto. Yeah, I mainly shift between Star-Lord if I'm DPS, and I play Mantis if I'm healer. Crazy they buffed her firing, like her fire rate since the beta. Like one of the most picked characters when they buffed her. Yeah, extra arrows the same. Just the best of whatever you can get. far as DPS. Okay, how are we going to get the most out of this breach? Be very difficult too.
An easy trophy. I'm out of mana.
Yeah, that's just kind of chalk. I don't know. Maybe if I can swing back down south now. It's gonna close. It's definitely gonna close. Yeah, there it goes. Damn. This is not a good map. Best I could. Total War game since a kid wasn't bad. Ricochet would go hard on this map. Oh yeah, that's true. How's it going, Loopy? How's your night been? Well, nothing's living past the first hit, so I don't know how hard Ricochet would go. Incompetent. Specialties.
Charged arrow.
What the hell? That thing needs to calm down. Hey there, Candle Man. Bye, Candle Man.
Is there nothing safe from corruption?
Runes do you have on your armor? Armor, you want to go for irons. Specifically, your chest piece. You want to go irons, and you want to get as much evasion on chest piece as possible so that you can abuse the bestial skin passive node as hard as possible. For your hat, it can either be chaos res or it can be a iron rune as well if you manage to get a hat with good evasion rolls. I currently don't. Trying to get a hat with max life evasion rating, percent evasion rating, and triple res, pretty expensive, so I haven't really gotten to that yet, but if I do, I'll switch that chaos res rune to iron.
Charged arrow.
Although I might never actually end up bothering, because I don't think I'm ever going to have an amount of evasion that makes me want to run acrobatics. So it's kind of
Too slow.
pointless to stack evasion any higher at this point for me, if I'm not willing to switch to using acrobatics, because I don't think I'm really going to be able to stack enough without my glove slot, since I'm now using it on the action gloves. But we'll see. Things could change. There's also just some fights where you might as well run acrobatics because your evasion doesn't do anything. Like, I'm pretty sure Breach Lord doesn't actually have any projectiles or normal melee attacks, so you might as well be on acrobatics for him. Runes of Trials of Chaos in. My brain is starting to rot for sure. Yeah, that seems tough. I don't think I could do that many trial runs in a row. Chaos or otherwise, like I don't even think I'd want to run Sekhmet that many times in a row. Okay, that was brief. It was like overlapping. Tree of Skill, TM. Thank you for the 10. Aranors. Appreciate that support, guys. Gonna use a full energy shield hat with subterfuge mask?
I'm out of mana.
Nope.
Another democratic soldier for the cause.
Are we done here? Oh yeah, 0 monsters remain. We are so done here. Clean that place out. Apparently. Skill forest. I don't understand PoE 2 at all. It just looks like overstimulation. It really depends on what build you run. Some stuff's really chilled out, like minions. Okay, I have not seen this one before.
I'll be here, waiting.
I don't have my sidekick active. Turn on sidekick. Where's my... Throw that in the bow box. Everything else gets dumped. Those suck. It's not great. We can run that though. This is another really big one, actually. Find a good map. Magic pack size, pack size. This one's the money. Do this one, and then we'll do... Oops. I just forgot to pull the map back out. Blooming Field. Isn't this game like super predatory with its monetization? No, not really. It's pretty honest about its monetization. Like, the only thing players are actually compelled to spend money on, and it's not like an egregious amount of money or anything. You don't need to have as many tabs as I do to have a comfortable gaming experience at Endgame. Really, you're looking at like between $30 and $60 total in tabs, and like anybody would be completely fine. If you go beyond that, you're just doing it to do it. And the rest is all just cosmetics that don't matter. So monetization's pretty honest. Also, along with that monetization being pretty damn honest, whenever it comes to the packaging of their early access bundles, you get an equivalent amount of cash shop currency along with your early access purchase, so you don't like spend anything really on the early access. You're just paying it forward towards stash tabs that you would have bought anyway. Oh, found the homie. Goodbye, homie. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, who needs to freeze when you can just do that to bosses? Just kill them. I will say though, some of the more crowd control focused builds are probably better for when you are struggling on damage already. Like, if your setup's already struggling on damage and you want to progress to maps that you probably shouldn't really be doing, then using like Kotoko's gloves or doing like the ice hybrid builds probably makes more sense then. Because if you already like can't kill them, might as well freeze them so that you have time to kill them. Pretty sure that's Katoko's. Yeah, I just dropped the Katoko's as I'm
Now
talking
this will
about
come
them.
in handy.
Just using the ones from the pre-order feels good in this game. Yeah. Do electrocute as well though. Well, if you have a boss that you need to CC, then you can also electrocute them, yeah. But I'm talking like you don't really want to be doing electrocuting arrows over every rare. That's a good way to get killed because you'll just be in their AoEs. How easy is it to switch builds? Like between the Cold Herald stuff and doing this, probably generally. I'm gonna have to say it's probably expensive because you're stacking cold damage instead of lightning on several of your pieces, like your bow, your rings, although the rings get replaced. Your quiver. Pretty expensive to switch to full lightning from the hybrid. The gold cost wouldn't really matter. Oh no, you don't want to use the. You definitely don't want to use the electrocuting support gem on rods. Basically makes it so your cast on shock never fires. You do that. I did that by accident for a while because I didn't really read the gem properly. I was just like, oh, I can just get electrocution with like no downside. No. That's actually like the #1 thing that I ask people in the comments whenever they say something like, hey, my cast on shock's never firing. Why is that? I'm like, did you put electrocution on your supports? Because that is a good way to lose out on all of your procs.
That's quite nice.
Where did I drop that bracer? Here it is. What even is that? It's not a good one. Only game I've played that looks similar to this.
Take this! Barely broken. Take this!
It's pretty good. It's the thunderstorm. I think next class is Druid, right? Grim Dawn? No, I've never played Grim Dawn. Playing the shit out of everything.
Stay light, stay alive. An easy trophy.
Pretty good. Are you gonna roll any other class? Yeah, I'm gonna play probably some version of Templar and Shadow when they come out.
Your speed.
I might mess around with Druid just because it'll be topical from a content creation perspective. But my heart won't be in it. I'm not much of a Druid main whenever it comes to video games. Excited for the new batch of Illuminati enemies that should come out in January because current group feels underwhelming. Yeah, only having 3 is not good. Definitely need more than 3 enemies in the faction. That would probably be ideal, wouldn't it? I need to actually change the color of this one. This one's like, there we go. I feel like that. That one is just not catching my eye. Oh, this is starting off good. Oh, this is a juicer map. Hold up. That's good. That's good. Holy shit! What a map! That's crazy. Where's my delirium? That's a big map.
Do I chaos it and potentially piss it away, though?
It actually made it better. Oh my god, it's just nothing. It's nothing but prefixes. It's nothing but prefixes. It's just so good.
Worth to gamble on items? If you don't need the gold,
So when you're leveling through the campaign, there's only 3 things to spend gold on. Respecking, if you feel like you messed something up or if you want to try something different, gambling and buying upgrades from the store, because there will legitimately be times where you will find upgrades just from the store. But yeah, pretty much just gamble away your money anytime you feel like you need a new accessory, more or less. Is what I would say. I would say that gambling's for winners throughout the campaign. I kind of want to send it at this one. This is like a pretty stacked one. It's only missing the irradiation. It would be nice to have both, but it's going to be a lot of effort to get both, it seems like. Because there's no towers around this node that I could potentially get irradiation with. I could play all the way to here, but I'm impatient. I just want to play this map. We're just going to play it. This is going to be sick, maybe. Decay. I actually don't want to do this one on Decay, because I'm going to have to go slow on Decay. Yeah, we're just going to put that one away. That is the juiced map. I think it's crazy. We'll do this one. And we'll go somewhere. I guess we're going left now. I already vowed it. Any priority on 4 slotting and gem quality? I would say the best usage of gem quality in this build is a tough call between the cast on shock itself, getting more energy gain, and just beefing up your lightning rod AoE with quality. I would probably do both of these. Probably the lightning rod first. Lightning rod first. Cast on shock second. Herald of Thunder, honestly, probably third for quality, because it gets 2 extra bolts from quality, which is insane. Voltaic Mark is good for qualitying with bosses, but you don't need it as much as the others, I would say. I'd probably say Lightning Arrow after that, and then Voltaic Mark after that. Once you have the full amount of spirit required to have Wind Dancer on full time as well, getting an extra stage of Wind Dancer is pretty insane. As far as like what should get the 4th slot first, definitely Lightning Rods. Once you have a 4th slot on Lightning Rod, you can do Scattershot, Magnified Effect, Conduction, plus Overcharge. And Conduction's really important for producing good shock rate for the ball lightning to fire. But once you have Overcharge, it's like also going to improve your damage across the board with your whole kit, which is really nice. I'd say this one probably benefits the most from 4 slotting. Besides that, Lightning Arrow also benefits a lot from 4th slot, and then probably Cast on Shock is my next pick for 4th slot. Especially if you're still running, instead of energy retention, you're running Inspiration for mana cost reasons. What's up, Stone Slug? Thank you for the follow. New follower for your expert views on democracy. God, when you play unjuiced 15s, it's just so different. No wall-to-wall mobs, just a couple here and there. World's different, really. It's just so boring in comparison, isn't it? Where's my hyper stimulation? My lightning arrows at around 31k DPS with the wraps unique and level 89. I can't figure out how to get the DPS up. Any ideas? 31k with the wraps level 89. Without seeing the gear, kind of hard to say what's going on. Pretty much everything's covered in the video, though. As far as like skill gem choice, support gem choice. Could be jewels, could be gearing. Really, it's just down to like bow and quiver at that point, because Thief's Torment's taken up what would be damage slots from the rings, and the wraps are like as good as it gets as far as DPS from the gloves.
Too slow.
Really, it's just down to better quiver, better bow. Smoke crack if you want stimulation. I don't think that's very good advice. Yeah, level 89 with the wraps definitely should be at a higher amount of damage. I have also changed some stuff with the skill tree since the video went live. It's been reflected on the Mobalytics page. Most notably, I had a conversation in the comments with someone that brought up how good Wildstorm was. And then I started trying to figure out how to get it into the build. Like, Wildstorm is a really big DPS increase. Definitely more worthwhile than going for Emboldened Avatar. Specifically, I changed, like, we were going down to here, grabbing this jewel slot, going to here, then doing Force of Nature, Emboldened Avatar, Flash Storm, and then potentially later getting to Lightning Rod. But this is a hell of a lot of points. Found that I got better DPS and just better overall results by going up here instead and just going for Wildstorm. And my next point is going to go into Exposed to the Storm. Haven't really worked out how I'm going to get lightning exposure in the build.
It's pretty much useless from a DPS perspective to have lightning exposure on something, but just for the extra critical hit chance, might as well figure out a way to do it. I think the only way I could actually plausibly do it is to get a 6 link on my Orb of Storms, and then I would have it for bosses. But that's really unnecessary, and then you also still get your jewel slot all the same as if you had gone down this way, so it's just like more damage to go up here and grab Wildstorm. What rings am I using? I'm just running Thief's Torment. You can only have Thief's Torment equipped whenever you're running it. It's giving me infinite HP regeneration on hit. So I can't really die unless I get one shot. It's giving me an infinite supply of mana, which this build needs to function, really. It's just an infinite supply of mana. It runs through mana like crazy. Otherwise...
Fell off. No Helldivers 2 videos. What are you talking about? We did a Helldivers 2 video 1 video ago.
Storming arrow.
A pretty big breach for an unjuiced map. A lot of breach splinters, anyway. Might actually get to do my 3rd breach lord tonight, depending on how this goes. Okay, but like that is definitely not a flask. Yeah, there we go.
Don't mind if I do.
Any points watching your videos, very helpful. Thank you from Ireland, dude. Thanks for watching, dude. Glad it was helpful.
Storming arrow.
Okay. Still looting. I think we got it all. And map complete. Let's get out of here. 15% left till 93.
Go on.
Right, what are these? I've never seen these before. It says 1x. And this isn't high rolls, so... I think I actually used to run the Eternal Spark on a build in PoE 1. Might be misremembering, though. Alright, what's this one? Heartbound Loop. Minion death. Minions revive 10% faster. It's also saying 1x. It's not high rolls, so... I'm assuming that it is in fact 1x.
On with the work.
It's a pretty shit map. Get it out of the way. We're just traversing at this point. I could just sit around and do all my juice nodes, but I also want to be progressing towards endgame. Endgame.
Fury.
Want to do the Citadel, Burning Citadel. I don't really have the money to just buy keys. 3 slots for lightning arrow and rod. What do you reckon for level 60 gems? If I'm level 60 and I only have 3 slots for both of those, then I would run Scattershot Magnified Effect on Lightning Rod with Conduction as the third.
Too slow.
And for Lightning Arrow, I would run Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, Primal Armament. If you feel like your AoE is lacking, though, running Primal Armament, you could switch Primal Armament out for Pierce. But if you do that, then your bossing damage is going to suffer at that level. I definitely felt like I needed more single target, just straight up damage at those levels, so I switched out Pierce for Primal. Once you get to Pierce the Heart in the skill tree, though, the passive tree, you don't need Pierce anymore. Or you don't even have to think about Pierce anymore on Lightning Arrow. Your beast.
Yes.
Ew.
I'll be here.
What a gross map. This thing's disgusting. Oh my god. Send this one to Mordor. This one is not juiced. Sorry for all the questions? Nah, it's all good. I was kind of hoping to just chill for stream and just like answer questions. I saw a lot of people asking questions in the comments, and I was trying to get to them best as I could, but you know, kind of hard to keep up with everything. I don't mind answering questions. In fact, I love answering questions. I mean, this one's just kind of cooked. It says Delirium Breach, though. It's pretty good. No extra levels, but should be a fun one at any rate. If anyone has questions for me whenever I'm not on stream as well, like, feel free to join the Discord and just like hit me up in the Path of Exile section. Just need to grab the Path of Exile permissions from the role assignment, and then you can see them. Like gathering a bunch of useful information and links and things there. As well as actively answering questions whenever people ping me. And then speaking of pinging, my Discord never ever pings anybody unless there's a really good reason.
Fury.
I hate it whenever stream Discords like ping people for nonsense all the time. See your skills? Yeah, sure. Let me finish this mirror. I'll open my skill window.
Too weak. Too slow.
I wonder what those are caught on.
Need your aid.
My tooltip damage is 64k lightning arrow, 5700 on lightning rod. $62,000 on lightning arrow.
Fury!
Revive Gay Lightning. Have you tried the gold damage cast on freeze held device builds from pub guns? No, I don't really see the point, to be honest. I don't feel like it makes as much sense as a lot of folks think it does to drop cast on shock during mapping. Because cast on shock actually procs extremely often once you have enough shock chance and damage, even against white mobs. And you're constantly fighting rares, especially during breaches, especially once your Atlas is maxed out, and cast on shock just obliterates them. And there's not really any need to freeze anything whenever everything is just instantly dead. Full tip DPS. That and a lot of my top end damage is thanks to the fact that I'm not trying to do hybrid damage. I think Pub Gun's build is safer though. I think Pub Gun also has like a section for energy shield. Like that's a really tanky variant as well. There's like safer versions involving the Herald device, but I'm kind of willing to just say spell issue whenever I die, I guess. I don't mind the lower safety level for the crazy deeps. It's clear. Yeah, that wasn't a good position for the breach to be in. What level do you get cast on shock? Honestly, I'm not sure because the cast on shock thing
Don't mind if I do.
was something I didn't equip at minimum level. I don't remember. It definitely doesn't start out super broken. It's just like, oh yeah, that's some nice extra clear. That's like some extra DPS. And then it just scales up to, oh my god, the balls. Freeze version seems more min-maxed and harder to achieve. It depends on your interpretation of what you would call min-maxed. HOL plus HOT interaction with shock and freeze of each other. Don't make vids about it. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't really subscribe to it. Great YouTube video, Ervin. I'm just thinking about changing over to this build from Gas Arrow. It looks really good. I'm broke, and this doesn't require any uniques, which is great. Yeah, I think what makes this such a good League starter is it doesn't require any expensive or highly sought after uniques to be functional, and then it's just like you can throw uniques at it if you want it to be even better. I think that's like the hallmark of a good League starter, is a build that has the potential to scale, but it doesn't require any of those expensive items to perform. Yeah, I don't really like the cast on shock or the cast on freeze or the Herald of Ice stuff. It just kind of doesn't make sense to me. From the perspective of it's just gonna be dead. Like it's just gonna be dead, so you might as well just do more damage to make it more dead. Don't really need to freeze anything if it's dead. If you do actually need something frozen, then just flip over it with a electrocuting arrow and then it's hard stunned. I think this ring is maybe cooked. We'll see. Yeah, ring's cooked. What's the ring? The ring that I'm using? Thief's Torment. 2 in the morning here in night chat. Cheers to the video, dude. Thank you. Have a good night, Brendan. Thanks for stopping by. Freeze rating seems more min-maxed. The ring. Harder to achieve. The Thief's Torment is just like infinite life and infinite mana. As long as you don't get one shot. If you don't get one shot, then this ring's pretty based. And it's also just infinite bossing DPS because you never run out of mana, so the balls just are endless. It goes absolutely crazy against bosses. Like, I did my Breach Lord fights last night to get some points in my Atlas for it, and he just got one shot both times. And that was before I even had the gloves, because the gloves dropped off of him. LA and Rod at the same time for every pack, using the other skills during mapping at all. Pretty much during mapping, I'm just doing lightning rod, lightning arrow, lightning rod, lightning arrow at everything. If something is tankier than that, which doesn't happen even on the bosses that spawn randomly, then I'll Voltaic mark it. That's about the extent of it, though. Don't really need to use the rest of the stuff on mapping, typically. Up against a boss, I'll throw an Orb of Storms underneath it as it's spawning in and Voltaic mark it. Sometimes even just throw Electrocuting Arrow so it can't move until it dies. Against an Essence, I'll throw an Orb of Storms under it before I spawn it in so it just insta-dies. And against breaches and rituals, I'll use my Orb of Storms for area denial. Like, whenever I'm clearing a breach, if there's a section of the breach that's still spawning, but I want to move to another side of it, like, say there's a breach spawning in here and there's no mobs yet, I'll leave that with, like, lightning rods and an Orb of Storms, and then I'll start clearing the other direction. So everything that's dying on that part of the breach, or everything that's spawning is instantly dying on that part of the breach, but I'm also clearing the other side of the breach. More appealing, straightforward. More appealing, though, as it's more straightforward. The freeze is just for Herald of Ice, not really for protections. The Herald does crazy explosion damage. You have to shoot lightning arrow and everything disappears. Okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's kind of the same with this, though, right? Like, I don't actually... I mean, it's a bad example, because I think this map is, like, kind of cooked. There's something going on here. Yeah, like they have... Actually, no. I'm not really sure.
Fury.
It's kind of the same here, though. If anything gets hit with Lightning Arrow and I have Herald of Thunder procs, it just dies. I'm more so just doing the Lightning Rod arrow for consistency's sake. But if I really wanted to, most of the stuff I could just shoot with a Lightning Arrow and it would die. At the end of the day, though, there is just a cost to everything.
Barely broke a sweat.
Going the Herald of Ice route is never going to have the same top end damage of just going pure lightning. And then it just becomes about, well, what situations and what content does that top end damage actually get utilized? And I think for the most part, the majority of the time, the Herald of Ice setup is going to do way more than enough damage either way, and like both setups just do way more damage than is necessary either way. In almost all circumstances. But I think the top end damage is always going to be better with the lightning. Pure lightning. Because you do sacrifice some passive tree nodes for the freeze. That's the real question around here. What's your light radius? Embarrassingly, not base, that's for sure. You guys want to see something funny? I'm sitting here pumping out all this damage, right? But hilariously, go to my inventory, check out my bow. It's probably not as good as most people thought it was gonna look.
Oh yeah, the ring is absolutely worth it, Greg. Thief's Torment is an absolute game changer. So when I picked up Thief's Torment, it was after doing some farming runs. I was carrying one person at a time through the way I made my money on this character is I carried people through 4th Ascendancy doing Trial of Sekhmet. I had an absolutely juiced up setup for relics. So even though I would run through all my mana and really struggle on mana on the final boss, I could still carry someone through it relatively efficiently without Thief's Torment. But then once I got the currency for Thief's Torment from selling the relics that drop from him and just like selling the runs, I was able to immediately just like bring in 2 people at a time and blast through that boss easily.
That's quite nice.
And honestly, I could do more than 2 if it wasn't for the fact that his insta-kill mechanic speeds up the more people you bring in. So then it becomes a question of movement speed and having like a second weapon set that allows me to use Blink. But I could probably do just an infinite number of people in my party against that guy if that wasn't the case. Because he just instantly gets obliterated pretty much with 1x health, and then every person I add in just adds like seconds basically to his lifespan. It is insane how much of a game changer Thief's Torment is for bossing. And the bossing was fine without it. Like I said, I was already selling carries without it. But I got turbo strong for bossing once I got Thief's Torment. It's also just pretty convenient for mobbing too. Like, it's also pretty useful for spicy breaches, in my opinion. I would be pretty without it against more difficult breaches, even with my flask. Yeah, the ring is the one ring. It completely solves the build and mana issues. You no longer... Mana doesn't exist to you as a mechanic anymore after you get this ring.
Yeah.
It is the one ring to rule them all for this build. Like, I'll never say expensive uniques are necessary for this build to feel good, because they weren't, but getting Thief's Torment on this build is insanely strong. And then this is just excessive. I wouldn't even be wearing these right now if they didn't drop to me. Like, I'm not gonna buy them. But because they dropped from the boss for me, it's like, well, I might as well try to accommodate using these things because they're OP as hell. First thing to get nerfed next year. How do you get res cap with Thief's Torment and how? It was not easy, I'll tell you that. First thing to get nerfed next year, I would probably say they will just shit upon any auto-casting builds that are left. That's probably top priority. They really don't want people running auto-cast builds that play themselves. The more gameplay your build has, the more safe it is. The more buttons you have to press, the more safe you are. In my opinion. I think that's how they're doing things. So, before I had Howa, it wasn't too bad to get capped. Let me see if I still have my old gloves. Yeah, I still have my old gloves. So I wore these before. And you can see, like, I'm well overcapped with my old gloves on now. It pretty much just came down to I had to change my chest piece because my original chest piece only had cold res. It didn't have fire res. So I had to sell a chest piece that was already like 1900 evasion. Basically, I had a chest piece that was literally just this, but instead of fire res, it was dexterity because I needed the dexterity in order to play my build. Like you can see without the Howa on, I can't even equip my weapon. So the extra dexterity from Howa actually allowed me to switch the dex line on my chest plate to a resistance. And that's actually how I was able to equip it, is by changing out my chest. But the boots are triple res? No, I don't even have triple res boots. That's crazy. I thought I had triple res boots. I got triple res hat. I got double res on my belt still even. So I could actually get more resistances than I have, and I'm still capped even with only, you know, no rings. Just Thief's Torment, 15% all res. And then res from my boots, belt, chest, and hat. So I guess you could say, how did I manage to keep res capped with Howa on and Thief's Torment? Surprisingly easily. I've also got 12% lightning res on my necklace here as well. That's helping a little bit. My necklace is kind of trash, though. Like, it's kind of trash, kind of not trash. The life roll's trash. If this life roll wasn't 10, this would be an amazing necklace. But it is, so this is pretty bad. In my opinion. Could be better, though. Yeah, I bet you were living the life having that ring that early on, Hebbigan. How'd you even get Thief's Torment that early? Did you buy it, or did you get it as a drop in Act 2? That's actually insane how early you got to play with Thief's Torment. You got it at level 26 as a drop. That's awesome. Character was a made man.
Too weak, too slow.
I didn't actually find out this ring existed until I was on the 4th Ascendancy boss, and I was like looking into how the hell can I fix the mana constraints on bossing. Because I can map fine. I can kill normal bosses fine. I can kill everything in the game super well. It's just whenever it came to pinnacle fights, I was like, well, I would really like to absolutely melt these. So I need an infinite supply of mana to do that. How do we do that? And Thief's Torment's just the only answer. That was almost a rip. I walked right through that shit. Kinda surprised it wasn't. Hi, boss. I keep forgetting we do so much stun buildup from all of our nonsense that he's just gonna get instantly stunned. I don't need to electrocute him.
Storming arrow.
So little flippy flourish is just unnecessary.
I don't have enough mana.
Oh yeah, it would have been useless on a witch. Good opportunity to try something different, though, I suppose. Alright, map's complete. This map's not juiced. We're out of here. On to the next.
SP. Greetings.
And this is fine to do.
Until next time.
Well, this one's on. Goodbye, Stellar Amulet. Increased monster damage 40% is kind of scuffed. Especially when I'm only 10% away from a level up.
Face me.
Yeah, it's a global chat on the left. Oh, you know what would be a cute idea? If Twitch wouldn't get mad about it. I do a UI where the Twitch and YouTube chat just look like the in-game global chat on the left. On the screen. The only thing that would suck about that is I couldn't use the footage in videos. Or well, I could, but then you would see stream chat in the videos. Feels like less professional to do that.
Don't mind if I do.
Different layers, probably. As long as they're not combined, it's fine. I could have them like 2 rune spots.
Storming arrow.
Burning ground is pumping. really not dead yet. There we go. Play the Enshrouded expansion yet? Nope, haven't had time. That is evasion. Or proximity immunity or whatever. I hate that shit. Way lower. What am I doing wrong? Can be a lot of things. Depends on level, depends on quality of your skills, the damage you deal. It scales up. Like this is like what level are you? What maps are you doing? What's your tooltip damage like? It definitely scales up to being like this, but it's definitely the cast on shock only pops off at the end game and on bosses. Done here? Yep.
Yes.
Just got to 70, 3.5k on arrow. Q1.
Time is not on our side.
Yeah, I would just say, just give it some time.
Once you hit level 78, you can start shopping for some juicy bows. That's like the highest level they generate at. Level 78. Jogger bow. Gloves is more damage on them. Quiver more damage. Can all help contribute to getting better proc rate. If you haven't done your qualities yet, you could start looking at doing qualities as well. Oh, nice. Finally get rid of my old bow. Or, well, no, this wasn't my old bow. This was a failed bow. This is a bow that didn't work out the way I had hoped. Didn't it? It said 15. It says 15. Brother man, thank you. This is absolutely not worth it, but I'm just throwing it in there. What do we got? Sure, we'll run that. Yeah, thanks. Keep updating the build. Will do. Make sure to be checking the mobilytics for updates, because the I'm gonna do one final build video, but it's not gonna be until I've killed like every pinnacle boss and maxed out my Atlas. And it's just going to be like the end, this is what peak male performance looks like kind of version of the build. But I'm in between now and then. I'll continue to update the mobilytics with new stuff, changes to the passive tree, etc. Increased damage bow skills, a must in the quiver. No, not really. The examples on the mobilytics and in the video are basically just if you could just have God's gift to the world quiver, what would you have? But the suffixes on the quiver widely don't matter. And the third roll on your prefixes could just as easily be just another damage roll. Like just another flat damage roll, and it would be fine. It would be the same, maybe even slightly better depending on how good the roll is or what the damage is. But yeah, you don't really need it to be bow skill in particular. It's just like an extra small multiplier compared to the lightning damage and physical damage. Those matter way more.
Storm point.
Oh, and I got kind of sidetracked, but yeah, the quality of your skills matters a lot. The order for qualitying skills would be you want to probably quality lightning rod first, because increasing its AoE is just huge. Like it makes a really big difference in your AoE clear. It makes a really big difference in your proc rates because smaller hitboxes are getting hit by more of the rods. And then the second thing that I would probably quality would be the cast on shock, just for more energy generation. The third thing that I would quality would be Herald of Thunder, because it gains 2 extra procs for activation from quality, which is a really big buff to how much it's putting out. And then after that, it'd be Lightning Arrow finally. Lightning Arrow and then Voltaic Mark after that. A massively customizable skills with passives. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting system compared to PoE 1, like making it so you can only have that support gem on one thing, but then making that one thing really powerful. Or like making that support gem really powerful. I kind of like it, if that's the trade-off for making it so I don't have to socket my skills into my gear, because that shit sucked. I'm glad that's dead. I like that I just have a skill page now. I upgrade the skills with the sockets. Don't need to like 6-link a chest piece. Is way more user-friendly and easy for newer players to understand, I'm assuming, as well. Although I do think crafting was better, like way better in PoE 1. I feel like it's really easy to brick gear and then never touch it again in PoE 2. Whereas you could work the same item for quite a long time in PoE 1. Increased damage with bow skill. Alright, I already read that. I'm caught up on chat. Getting close. 8% more. I want to set up a good node for that Giga Juice map. Then we run that. Hopefully that gets me the level up. And then we can play Reckless again. Maybe do some Breachstones. If I have the money for it. I'm kind of broke. I haven't been selling anything. Oh, wait, no. I got 3 divs. We'd at least have 3 attempts at Breachstone. Or Supremacy. Ricket on to the next item. Went from my ranger to my witch, active versus
Another
passive character.
democratic soldier for the cause.
Sergey Fierce, thank you for the follow.
Barely broke a sweat.
Up.
Well, this will come in handy.
Think we're done? Yep. On to the next.
Until next time.
That really was just a run through. Just no mobs. No items.
I do not know if they plan to do wipes throughout EA. If I was them, I would. Well, I wouldn't do wipes, but I would do new EA leagues. Like I would have an EA League 2, EA League 3, as like new classes get introduced to the game. Because you're gonna get some really fucked up data
Bones to dust.
if you introduce new classes in the middle of an active league.
So yeah, if I was them, I would definitely not wipe, but I would do several EA leagues, like 2-3 EA leagues.
Quick and lethal.
Well, Chance Orb.
That's quite nice. I need more mana.
I'm just gonna claim my run through.
Did someone in Global Chat just call this game it's an Excel sheet with good graphics? Because that's accurate. Is this dead? Yeah, it's dead.
I'll be here, waiting.
All right, we need breaches. We got breaches. Huge. Got quite a few. What is this? Crypt? I'm guessing that's something. That seems like a something to me.
Death is abundant here.
Need to watch out for those guys. It will one-shot me.
Fury!
Yeah, I just kind of don't see the need to freeze things. The electrocution's so instant. Basically the same.
Quick and lethal. Fury!
Have you leveled your Cast on Shock? I left it at level 9. Not sure if it makes a difference for the higher map tiers. No, I haven't leveled it at all. Left it at base level. So it's level 11. Well, I did level it up to 11, but that's because your other spell gems require 95 int anyway. You might as well also make the Cast on Shock level 11. But yeah, I haven't bothered trying to make it go higher. I don't think it would contribute too much.
mana.
Oh, you bought a lot of gear pieces within. Oh, damn. Yeah, no, not really. The only reason to really go above 95 intelligence with this build is if you have the Hawa gloves. In which case you get extra lightning damage out of the deal, but yeah, for the most part, not worth.
Storming arrow. Don't mind if I do.
Live and learn. Yeah. Unfortunate. Funny. It's level 1 hammer. Where did I... Yeah, it's this tab.
Time is not on our side.
I really want to do evasive. Yeah, it's good enough. This is actually a pretty juiced node. If I do it next, or I leave it and I try to irradiate it with this tower, which I think is what I'm going to do. We just need a run through for this one. Dip into the not juiced box. Just get this map out of the way. Be nice if Essen worked no matter what rarity the item it is. If that were the case, I probably wouldn't have a tab titled Essence Sucks. But I did some essence crafting, it all went shit. So I have
Turn to the earth.
since sworn off of essence crafting. It's just the most annoying possible enemy.
Speed.
It's like low-key trash, but like the rolls are so good. Well, like the tiers are bad, the rolls are really good. Like, almost idyllic. If the numbers were better. It's a real shame. All right, we need trash map, I think, next. No, yeah, trash map next. Got several trash maps coming up. Not looking forward to it. This is the boring part about mapping. Trying to juice good nodes. You have to go through a lot of not juiced nodes. It just feels like low-key a waste of time.
Take this!
Worse yet, when you get maps like Seepage, where you have to go a little bit slow due to on-death effect.
An easy trophy. Now this will come in handy.
The energy shield version with Grim Feast. Looks so tanky compared to... It is tankier, it's just... I don't know. It's tanky in a way that doesn't feel super necessary. Going for the Grim Feast variant seems crazy strong in the way that, like, you're also a Giga tank and you're never really gonna die. That's super cool and all, but I don't think it's particularly necessary either. I guess everything is in excess in Path of Exile, though. But maybe I just haven't seen it run at its full potential. I think the only thing... Well, I don't know. Grim Feast is weird. It's really good for mapping, really good for breaches. But I don't think full evasion necessarily struggles with those things. It's just... The only thing that the energy shield can actually do for you is, like, make it okay to walk over corpses after they die. Personally, I've just trained my brain that if a rare dies, I let it air out and I don't walk over it right away, no matter what it looked like, just out of habit. Like, I see shit like that, I'm letting that air out for a couple seconds, and then I'll walk through. I feel like if I was doing Grim Feast, that's pretty much the only thing that it would change for me. Like, I just walk through that. And the build's otherwise, like, extremely active and hands-on compared to a lot of other top running options. You're already pretty engaged and paying quite a lot of attention while you're running this. Might as well just, you know, also still pay attention to the AoEs.
It's quite nice.
Maybe that's why I kind of lean to the tankier version. Altars, all towers should connect to each other, and then the maps branch off and the ones that use them. Hi, bro. Where do you get free cosmetics? To my knowledge, the only free cosmetics were the ones... I think there was like a cosmetic with the Twitch drops, right? That was probably it. I think everything else is paid. I don't think there are free ones. Yeah, I mean, I get one shot sometimes too.
Charge arrow.
There are plenty of things that can still instantly kill me. Like, funny story, whenever I did my breach stones last night, I absolutely whooped his ass the first time. Like, he didn't get to move, he didn't get to play. It was just instantly over. But then the second one, I didn't realize how much health he gained on the second go around. And I just kind of like stood there and started blasting him. And then he like threw one of his hands down on me, instantly killed me. I was like, oh. So it's
Another
like that.
democratic soldier for the cause.
But then it just kind of like strafed around anytime he was doing an attack, and it was chill. He died as soon as I got an electrocute on him. He was stunned for 5 seconds. This is pretty cool. Except for that armor line. That armor line is cringe. But man, if it rolled... Yeah, I would need to... It's like... I don't know. Oh my god. That's so cool. Man, if... Oh, that armor line, though. Sucks. Roll max health. Roll max health. Roll max health. Roll max health. Oh, max mana. Shit. I kind of want to chaos it. Man, if I could get rid of the armor and max mana for life and spirit, this thing is so beast. It's like actually Abyss Amulet if you exchange those two rolls. And now it's bricked. Well, it's not bricked, it's just... It makes me less happy now. Nothing changed. Ooh, okay. Alright. It doesn't have life. So it's still scuffed, but it caught the spirit roll. I need to consider that. I need to put that somewhere. We'll think about that. That's really close to being something crazy. If the stars align. But, yeah. I don't want to spend too much time thinking about it right this second. Man, why does this not link up? Go all the way around.
I'm out of mana. Take this! An easy trophy.
Back to slaughtering wildlife. They asked for it. Hmm. Not a great map. Yeah, the optimization definitely needs some work, for sure. But I think it's like also just the game tearing itself to pieces whenever put under serious enough strain.
What luck? Charged arrow.
I'm done here yet.
Quick and lethal.
Yay. Level 93. We did it without being killed.
Luck.
Too much. Got killed a lot at the beginning of the stream. That was bad. I was not locked in at the beginning of the stream. That was bad. I think I died like 3 times straight. Oh, absolutely inted away my experience there for a little while. Really? Alright. Come on with me. Come back for that in a sec. Yeah, it's just kind of the only way I ever get killed is just explode on death. That's fine. I feel like if that wasn't the case, I would probably be pretty bored. Being completely unchallenged by absolutely anything. Nothing can possibly kill me at all. I feel like that's when things get a little boring and you just like roll a new character. That's not bad.
Yes.
Okay, go back and grab that.
Take this. Too weak. Too slow.
This is a good time to get this one out of the way. Monsters do bonus damage as chaos damage right after I leveled up. If I was ever gonna die, this is the time to die. Let's chuck this stupid chaos damage map out of my inventory real quick. Pretty sure if that hit me, I would have just died.
Fury.
Oh, there was another thing that I completely forgot. Whenever we were talking about the Herald of Ice and stuff. If there's anything that's like #1 going to be nerfed again, it's freezing and cold. Like that is making an appearance in like every single build in the game. There's a variant of every build in the game that's just like, yeah, just shatter stuff and freeze stuff. That's another good reason to stay away from it. Kind of nerf bait.
Storming arrow.
Don't need life if you don't get hit. True, Loopy. Having problems getting one shot by impalers. What should I do? Is it a bug? They're OP. Impalers. Impalers. Trying to think of what that actually is. Oh, Helldivers. Getting one shot by impalers. Kind of keep moving whenever impalers are around. Run towards the tendrils when they pop out of the ground. Not away from them if they're close. Because they can't hit you if you run towards them. Also use light armor against bugs. Don't use anything other than light armor. Mobility is king. If you're too fast, they can't hit you. What would I play for my next build? My next build, it depends on when stuff releases compared to when I finish this character. Because I'd say that this character is finished for me whenever I finish all of the pinnacle fights and probably max my Atlas. If I do that by the time... Like, if I do that before new classes come out, then I would probably do... What's interesting out of what's currently available? Definitely not Monk. I've only ever seen people suffer playing Monk in the early game. Maybe some type of mercenary. Probably something... I mean, I could just do the same thing again, basically, and play Stormweaver. I could do Spark Stormweaver. That'd be funny.
But if new stuff comes out, I'd want to play Shadow or Templar. Or I'd probably just play Druid because it'd be topical, like, from a content perspective. Content creation perspective. Probably play Druid.
Yes. Of course.
It would be funny to just go play Stormweaver, though. Yeah, I don't really like the Arc Thrower. I don't use the Arc Thrower at all, so whenever you said you were dying to Impalers, that was a problem that was just completely foreign to me. I had never heard that before. This is, like, kind of a cool map, but, like, maybe an inty one. Like, why... This sucks right here. Like, why are these not connected? I have to go all the way down to here and then loop up and around, and there's nothing on any of these. Ugh. Tier 0 bandwagon. One thing's for sure, I definitely wouldn't play Witch. I would not play a minion build. No Infernalist minion build. I don't have the patience for minion builds. I want to make things dead myself. I don't want to wait around patiently for my minions to make things dead. I think the closest I would ever get to that is playing a Detonate Dead character. Like, Detonate Dead Blood Mage would be funny. Oh god, no. I'm not playing melee in this game. Sounds awful. When every warrior is just playing like a totem minion build, you know the melee is fucked up. Melee is my preferred playstyle in RPGs. It's just when it comes to ARPGs, melee never feels good. Especially not on the launch of a new game. Path of Deadeye. I don't know if that's accurate. Thanks for the 40 bits. Sniper's Legacy.
An easy trophy. Out of mana.
Game only limit for co-op be more than 4 in a team. I think it's like 6. Hope you guys had a good Christmas. You too, Anthony. Path of Lightning. The fastest build in PoE 1 was Deadeye. Only ascend and never get PoE 1. That's funny. I didn't know the lore behind that. It's amusing. I feel like this build is thankfully sitting pretty safely away from the nerfometer, at least for the foreseeable future. And that's because this build still has gameplay.
Charge
The less
arrow.
gameplay your build has, the more scared you should be of nerf bat. Due to the design philosophy they wanted to go with PoE 2. So fast me, Flicker Strike, slow. That's funny. I never played Deadeye in PoE 1. I played what did I play? I played Inquisitor. I played a Crackling Lance Inquisitor. That was the one league I played of PoE 1. Which is funny because this has a lot of similarities with playing Crackling Lance.
Go on.
It's only slightly more mobile.
On with the work.
This is a juiced map, but also not. It's juiced, but it also would kill people. Do I play single player games? No, I don't really have time for it. There's not really enough hours in my day to indulge in any other games at this point. It's just like I'm either playing Path of Exile to progress my character, progress my account, or I'm playing Helldivers to record content, or I'm streaming Helldivers, or I'm playing PoE to record content, and there's not really any hours left in my day at that point. Nice, got the quick run through. We're out of here. Want to do this crypt before I close out for the night. Or maybe a Breachstone. We'll see. Okay, and we need... Okay, I only have this one breach stone, actually. We need a breach stone, real bad. That livened things up a little bit. Didn't make it too much more interesting, did it? Especially where we actually have to go.
If you had some hours, is there a single player game you would play? Outer Worlds, probably.
Probably Outer Worlds. When you think about it, I'm playing a single player game. Path of Exile is probably the single most antisocial online game I've ever played. Oh yeah, Stalker 2 actually. I would play Stalker 2.
Quick and lethal.
How could I forget? I waited 15 years for that game to come out and then get to play it. Well, actually, I know I could crit. I heard it was really buggy, so I wanted to wait.
Charged arrow.
Yeah, I figured they fixed it by now.
On with
Kind
the
of
work.
bad. You know, my juiced 15 box looked a lot cooler at the beginning of the stream than it does by now. I had that set up so nice and pretty. I went around like buying a bunch of good maps, buying all the stones that would be needed to just have
Fury!
like premium mappage, but it really didn't last. I know for next time I need to just fill the whole damn box. We haven't had any premium mappage in a while.
Now this will come in handy. Take this.
That is so far away. This map generated in a really toxic way. Holy shit. How much does the lightning archery tree cost comparatively speaking? If you're just talking about like how expensive is this build compared to running others, it's definitely on the cheap end. There are no uniques that are like required for it to play well. Nothing expensive. And the only unique that's like really, really important for it in the end game is like only 3.5 divs, I think. Honestly, the thing that's probably the most expensive, and it's getting less expensive by the day, is getting a good bow. But the bow situation is getting less and less expensive as more and more people attempt to craft juiced bows. And then they make decent bows, and they have to market those decent bows. It's definitely on the cheap end as far as top performing builds, I would say.
Waiting.
Overall. Mana is just so sad.
Storming arrow. Too weak. Too slow. That's quite nice.
I think while I'm still low XP, I should just buy a breach stone. Try to kill him the third time. I would do a simulacrum, but they're just so expensive. What map is this? 15s.
Time is not on our side.
Yeah, I kind of want to. I think I'm just gonna buy a breach stone.
Hey.
Or like, hold on. How many short am I? Need 34.
Hey.
All right, let's do this. Anyone got CD key or revoke? Someone had that happen earlier. My merciful sea god, there is so much wrong with the new Stone Shard update. Really? I'm surprised. Everyone was pretty hyped for it. 4th trial time, wizard boss. Anything to look out for? Oh yeah.
If you're fighting the 4th trial boss, he's gonna do a one-shot mechanic where he puts down a thing you have to walk into to start the next phase. He does it twice. He does it at 60% and 25%. Whenever he does that, you can take your sweet time, just sit around and wait for your mana flask to fill back up if it's necessary, which is super nice. Which is ironic because one of his voice lines is "Time waits for no one," and I have literally sat there and like eaten McDonald's as time waited for me to get my flask back. So yeah, that's a good thing to take advantage of with him. But once the one-shot mechanic starts, make sure you've got as much move speed as you possibly can and just book it between those hourglasses. If you don't make it in time, he's gonna one-shot and kill you.
If you are not gonna make it, like you think you're gonna mess up the hourglass mechanic and you are definitely going to die, you can Alt F4 and come back in before he kills you. Pro tip. Beyond that, in the second half of phase 2, like when he's below 50%, he starts doing this thing where he puts a clock underneath you and it rewinds you back to that point whenever the clock spins. You just got to roll out of it, or it does a shitload of damage. Whenever he does the thing where he goes to the middle and he spins around and he shoots lightning everywhere, if you go to any of the corners, it's a safe spot. That's about all there is to him, though.
Storm point. An easy trophy.
I figured we have to fight this guy during the stream since he was on my thumbnail. I'm not sure how strong he's going to be, though, because this is my third run-through of him. Definitely going to have to take him seriously. I know he can one-shot me.
Now this will come in handy.
No matter in PoE, everything one-shots in the endgame. I mess up at least a div drop. Hey, that's the spirit.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. The empire blooms.
Charged arrow.
Our fury. Within our grasp. We tire. We split the thread of reality. We that fail.
Oh my god, I got another glove! Let's go! Clapped. I can't believe I got another glove. That's so premium. That's so peak. That's streamer luck, baby. Thank you for my Atlas points. I'll be going now, sir. Thank you for my 6 or 10 div glove. We'll see.
Yes.
And they're like slightly, basically just slightly worse than mine. How much do you want for it? This is actually perfect roll, but low roll in the lightning damage.
On with the work. What is?
I feel like I could clap that guy faster, but like he scares me. So I stay away from him. Oh, that's sick. How much are these right now? Lowest is 5 div. Like a couple pair for 5 div. And some of them have like kind of shitty pairs up for more than that. Val Orbum. I mean, why not, right? I already have some. Oops.
Hello there.
Whatever.
Hey.
Game even more tedious. Go back to the start of the dungeon. One skull vamp dungeon, and 4 enemies and a boss. Double doors. The double door thing. I mean, I was calling that one in the air. I've been saying for years that the whole double dooring thing was gonna be shit. I wasn't kidding. All right, but like I could Val Orb them, but if you Val Orb these things, you can actually make them worthless. I've seen people Val Orb this thing, and then the 1 to 10 lightning damage goes down to 1 to 8. And they're just completely bricked. I feel like what you stand to gain from doing this is so minimal that it's just like a terrible idea. You're on streamer client, it'll be fine.
I messed him up, but I think I threw because I don't have passive charge mana flask. If it doesn't look like the fight's gonna play out in your favor, like I said, just Alt F4, you'll be able to come back into the fight. Like, it'll put you, I'm pretty sure it'll put you outside and you can fix your flask and come back and fight him again. But yeah, you need a passive charge flask for that guy, unless you do big deeps.
But it could also become 1 to 12 and be worth 10 div. Well, okay, if it became 1 to 12, I mean, I'm just wearing them at that point. You guys are dumb. This is your fault. We're doing this. It's your fault. Nothing happened. Actually, nothing. Unless... Oh! 1 to 11. The stats went down, but I think that's worth. That's gotta be worth. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wait a minute.
Yes.
I gotta have a talk
Time to
with my boy. I made some decisions. They weren't so great ones.
shocking.
We're better now. It's a 5 dex diff. Like, are these better or?
I don't have enough mana.
I mean, I'm like the same though. It ended up being a wash. I'm even. I'm exactly the same. I think I'm the exact same tooltip. Like, actually. I mean, they're 300 DPS better. and only for lightning arrow.
Speak.
And I think with these ones,
Time to learn something new.
yeah, if I do that, like slightly better? Question mark.
Shocking.
Point being, there's like no difference. Oh yeah, that's true. My high end would be higher, 1 to 11.
Yes.
The winds change direction.
Yes.
The winds change direction.
It's just a shame both the stats went down for that extra 1 damage because it made it overall a wash. It was almost exciting. Yeah, I mean, it's like the same. It's the same either way. I'll probably just sell one now. The stat roll on this is Sag. I think because they're basically the same, I'm going to go ahead and... What does this put me at? 119. Okay, so... Yeah, we just do that.
One must always be willing to change.
I think I just wear these, which are 2 stats worse than my old ones, and then I try to sell the 11s like overpriced because they look like they would be better. At least they didn't brick. You're right. At least neither of them bricked. They're both usable pieces of gear. I think that 1 to 11 might tempt some people into making a bad decision, so I'm gonna go ahead and put them up. And maybe I'll be able to get my money back that I spent on the build. That'd be cool. Like what? Let's just look. 1 to 11 lightning. Does anyone even have a 1 to 11 lightning? I think I'm going to have to check on the trade site. I'm having a really hard time searching for 1 to 11. Yeah, it like doesn't want to show me 1 to 11s. A bunch of people that brick their glove. That's amusing. Holy shit, did anyone actually even get a 1 to 11? I'm still scrolling. Okay, here's the first 1 to 11 and it's 7 div. But they bricked the attack speed. The attack speed went down to 2. So those are trash. Like, they're actually useless. Okay, I know how to make this faster. Go to corruption. Corrupted. Yes. Now I can scroll it way faster. Okay, there is a 1 to 11 that isn't completely borked, and it's 7 div. I did put a filter for 1 to 11. It didn't want to show up. Higher fence if I get into stuff like this. Fences are OP. I would not be where I am had I not had a fence. I'm just gonna throw them up for 6. Those are low-key worse than an uncorrupted pair, so if I get 6 for those, I'm chilling. If I end up 2 attributes weaker but 6 div richer, I'm cool with that. Especially with the gambles I just pulled with those gloves. Oh yeah, we gotta spend our points too. Spend the Atlas points. Kind of forgot that was the whole reason I did that. I think I'm gonna do crumbling walls. Because this shit is just so funny. A chance to just have 4 breaches in one. That's hype. And probably the clasped hands for the last one, or maybe sustained siege. The nice thing about sustained siege is it lets you run from one side to the other, clear everything, come back. It's like every mob in a breach that you don't get to kill is just like wasted potential because the breach would have gone that much longer. Kind of makes sense to just make it slower in that respect. Either that or just more hands. More hands guarded by magic monsters is pretty hype. The thing that's like kind of sus though is I think the magic monsters just pop up next to the hand when you pop it, which could just kill you. That seems bad. Yeah, definitely crumbling walls for this one though. I want to do Delirium, but this shit's so expensive. Like, why are these things 4 divs? I mean, I know why they're 4 divs. The current iteration of Delirium and PoE2 sucks, but I wish Delirium was good. That'd be nice. I qualityed these, right? Yeah, I didn't troll. That would have been funny. What even is this? That seems good. Alright. It's been 4 hours. Killed the 3rd Breach Lord. I at least did a pinnacle thing today, which is what I set out to do on this stream. I mean, I put his face in the thumbnail. It would have been a little awkward if I didn't try to fight him this stream. And by try, I mean we blew his brains out, and it really wasn't any contest. That was pretty hype. And we got another glove. Alright, I'm gonna peace out of here for the night. Next stream will be on Monday. It'll probably be Helldivers, though, to be honest. Probably Helldiver videos coming out over the weekend. 1 or 2 Helldiver videos over the weekend. I'm gonna start a Path of Exile video that might be ready by Monday, but we will see. I've got a pretty busy weekend ahead of me, and I typically like to take those off. I'm also very, very sick, which is something I've been fighting the whole stream, so we'll see. It might be just a lay in bed all weekend kind of angle for me. I don't know yet, but you guys have yourselves a good weekend, and I will see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Later, guys.